Oh, you got to have. We had 21 teams this year, so we picked 21 quarterbacks. That's correct.
Yeah, go with that.
Yep, and then some positions are
Gotta
easier.
get one early. Gotta get one early.
Whoever was updating the team.
It
The team
depends
picks,
how you view it. It depends how you view it. It's like you can pick a quarterback early that will get a chance in the NFL, but you might get one later who gets something, and you build a much better team around it. So I scored the one from 3 years ago because we started in 2020, and after 3 years we scored the draft. And yes, the two teams that were 1 and 2 picked good quarterbacks, Joe Burrow and the Eagles Hurts, but they actually separated themselves by, picking a few other really great players as well. So it's interesting. The third best team, I think, did not have a very good quarterback, and they were almost the same score. So anyway, if you're ever interested, hit me up.
Yes, it is an awesome and something. It's not an easily forgotten experience. I'll put it that way.
Especially not this year when we did it in a week.
Yes, correct. Okay, so for what's the room for?
We're
Housekeeping purposes, Jolene and Hader, we just want to make sure. And everyone who is here, and I guess I'm saying afterwards, please do a little write-up on your two teams you drafted for, what your philosophy was or what you were trying to accomplish, and send it to me. You can copy Hader if you want to as well, so we'll both have it just in case. So I can submit that along with other stuff to the judges panel. We should have that back from them by no later than Tuesday night. And by Wednesday morning, a winner will be declared. And you'll be receiving something.
When do you need to write up by, Bill?
Well, I'd like to get it to the judges. I mean, ideally tomorrow. So the judges panel will have at least a day to go over it before we announce the winner Tuesday night.
So I'll write up to tomorrow.
Can I get Bryce Ford Weed added to the Washington picks?
Oh, is he not there?
Probably not. Things got kind of busy.
Yeah, that's true.
Very a lot of quick picks there, man. It's great.
That is
I
great.
like that Seattle draft.
There was
What draft was it?
Seattle.
Seattle's draft all the way through.
Well, even Seattle had 2 first-rounders and supposedly 2 second-rounders, but they traded up for Will Levis. Yeah, you're going to have some pretty good guys in there.
That's true.
And you look at all the value they got late too, like Oliver Tommy and Ja'Cory Peanut.
Yep.
Not bad.
I think my Browns have the best day 2 of the draft. I think we got a lot of steals there.
The Browns are irrelevant, so
Who cares? But nobody. No, come on now. Really? Will is
I
right.
feel like I had a lot of steals in this day 2 for the Browns.
So the funny thing is though, you won't really know till a year or two later. Eh? It's the funny
You're
thing.
right.
that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Thank God they got Dorian Williams because I think everybody else ran over 4.7. So on their whole team. So that's a very good draft. Well, Starling Thomas. There you go. You got 2 passes.
Yes.
And you got to give every one of these classes 4 years because that's their rookie deals. It's a 4-year deal that these guys are getting.
Or in the case of this, 2 days before we render the judgment. And,
I usually give them about till the end of training camp.
I would say the end of rookie camp for some of them. You can tell.
Like next Friday, all morning long. I don't care whether it's the ESPNs, the PFFs, and all these guys. They're all going to have a grade on. I don't do grades. Grade is a stupid waste of time.
It is.
Say what if I like them?
Almost stop me from doing it, but yes, it is a very, very foolish thing to do.
If I like them, I'll give them about a decade. If I don't, I'll give them about a couple weeks.
Well, the problem is you're grading them off what they did in college, not what they've done in the NFL. You know,
Right.
it's
Exactly.
when you check the.
Pretty much it.
I mean, yeah, okay. If they got a position of need and it matched up with best player available, okay, you got the double whammy. What
The
do
best player available though means nothing. It's like who determines?
There's nothing. That's right. That's right. I mean, JJ and Steven lied to everybody last year when they said it was Smith. when Lewis Sign was actually 14 on their board, Smith was 16. Sign wasn't taken. They
Right.
did
They
not
said that,
go best player available.
Right.
They said that. Jerry sat there and showed the board. You remember?
No. He showed a board that was after. There was a picture of the board before, and it was Lewis Sign who was sitting there at 14, not Tyler Smith, who was at 16. They got caught in it later on. They got caught.
I
Sign.
thought they said
should
that
have been-
though. I just where they said that.
No,
They
Nope.
they said they had Tyler Smith over the guards though.
yeah, they had Tyler Smith as 16 on their board. Lewis Sign was 14. Bottom line, they got caught.
Wow.
They got caught again. Got to remember, this is absolute lying season before,
It's
during, and
lying.
after.
100%.
Before, during, and after. It doesn't matter.
Did you see Chris Ballard the other day talk about it?
Yeah.
Oh, I have a Zenny question for Will. Will,
Yes.
are you able to send the recorded version of this to Zenny? to post?
Yes.
Yeah, I did something really dumb. I just got back from my 8th COVID vaccine, but on the way out, I forgot to set the window so that I'm in the window that's for transferring the sound. So there you go.
8 COVID vaccine?
Yeah,
Doing for the record.
Well-
is that a joke or are you serious?
it has reduced my bursitis pain to basically my arthritic pain to 0 in the bursitis case and the arthritic pain to approximately 10%.
How many arms do you have?
Oh wow.
And I filled out an adverse reaction to the drug form. I told everything, but in this stupidly politicized world, it's difficult to get people to properly, evaluate you. So I had to be my own doctor, even with my doctors.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
Hey, Zenny, is just today or all 3 days?
Just today, sir.
Okay, so it's saying it's not quite ready yet, but that was when it is.
Oh yeah, whenever you're ready. Sure. I appreciate
It has
that.
to, it takes a little while to get it rolling.
Well, I understand. Yeah, it's I would imagine it's a huge thing. Yeah. Hey, is Stetson
Oh,
Bennett
yeah,
still on the
file.
board?
Yes.
sir.
Wow. Holy drop, Batman.
Well, I wouldn't say drop. I mean, if you look at the record of quarterbacks that play the way he plays, I was a big Stephon LaForest fan when he came out of Louisville, but
Mhm.
I wasn't surprised that things didn't quite work out for him. He could probably make his way into another league, and if he kills it in another league, get a chance in the NFL. That would
Wow.
be probably his shot.
You have no idea how much of a blow that is to Georgia.
Well, they flipped. I mean, talk about turning 180. They kept booing him, right? Every time he took the field because they wanted Daniels out there. And then Daniels gets hurt, and then Daniels gets hurt again, and then Daniels transfers. But the guy they wanted was JT Daniels. They didn't fall in love with him basically until the second national champion.
Yeah, don't tell that to Kirby Smart because he's on television seemingly every day extolling the virtues.
Oh,
and
well,
that just,
Kirby
way
Smart-
before the draft of
Yeah,
Stetson.
well, I mean, the one, you have to talk up your players if you want to keep getting players. You can't say,
Yeah.
this guy is straight up mid, but thank you for the ring. You can't do that. I mean, that's
Well,
not
he
how
did
you
have
recruit.
Justin Fields in his backyard, He didn't
Yeah, I
talk
mean,
him
they're-
up.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm just saying.
problem
Just saying.
but that's a guy that wasn't his guy. I mean, there's no national championship attached to that guy.
Well, but my
Um,
point is that if to take your statement to its logical conclusion, he should not have said that about anybody, right?
Everybody
he
toss
should-
up their players.
he should not
even
have been
the ones that aren't
derisive.
that good. Now,
He should
in
not
order
have been
to maintain-
derisive of Justin. I
in order to
apologize for
maintain
talking over you.
relationships-
My apologies.
in order to maintain good relations with NFL scouts, on the low, you may tell them the truth. But publicly, you have to always extol the virtues of your players, or you won't get more players.
But Bill, what I'm saying down here is the way they treated Justin almost wrecked Georgia football. Okay.
Right, I remember. I
Well,
was
no,
there.
but you weren't here. It's one
I mean,
thing
I'm
to
physically
remember,
there,
but it's
but I
another thing to
followed-
live. To,
I followed his entire
Bill,
recruitment process.
it's another thing to live down here. Come on,
Oh, I get
don't
that.
just
Right,
take
I'm
the
saying
L.
I'm
Just
aware
take the
of it.
L. Just take the
It's
L.
not an L. I'm aware of what happened.
No, you're
I'm aware
not.
of
Not like I am. Take the L.
Sorry to interrupt this interaction. Just Bill, would you like to sign off? Because I'm going to stop the live stream. I'm keeping the room
Oh,
open,
you
but
can stop the live stream. Yes.
just say sign it off because it's going to show up as the end.
Yes, certainly. So everyone, once again, thank you so much for your time, your talent, your attention. Good to see Lee fight his way through sleep deprivation and everything else way down in New Zealand to be with us at the end. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Oh, and Lee, are you okay with the picks you ended up with?
Yeah, no, that's fine. A lot of them, I knew they were going to go in like the 6th, 7th round anyway. But yeah.
Just wanted to make sure because some of the guys you wanted were not available, and the ones that, I tried to get you the best guys available if the guys you wanted.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thanks, Bill. Thank you for that.
And then government, solid work, and of course, Hater. I couldn't do this without you. But of course, the real MVP, of course, is the MVJ. Jolene. Yes. The real MVP.
The MVJ.
MVJ, exactly. Most valuable Jolene.
All right.
And Will.
See you next year.
See you in a year, yes.
Acapalooza 10.
Not a Palooza 10.
But that's something super special for the 10th annual.
We'll all be exactly the same except for we'll be older and not less funny. Here we go.
Thanks, sir. Good work.
All right, the live stream has stopped. You're welcome to hang out forever. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, there we go. We'll do that at least until the file transfer is done, being saved in a format in which it can be whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, by the way.
Certainly.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. It's always a pleasure.
It's always a pleasure. And Will, you're the best also. Our Erzat's technical director, while he was going to his various residences and
His summer home.
stairs
His winter home.
It's right, exactly. The beach house and the
The helicopter ride.
helicopter ride.
I don't know about the live stream. It was streaming because I had to turn it off just now. But I do not see it on my page, so it may not show up there until it's ready to be replayed.
A little bit.
It's
So
probably going to take you another hour. It's probably something like 2 or 3 megabytes in size.
It might be
Or
it's just
gigabytes.
that-
I'm sorry, not megabytes, gigabytes in size.
I'm like
just that
megabyte.
Yeah, I know. That was a dumb one, wasn't it?
I just didn't see it. It didn't see it. I saw it live originally on the channel, but I just haven't seen it since then because it's private or something. So I mean, it's public, so it should be showing up. I don't know. Anyway, all good. It'll happen in a second, and I'll come back in a minute. But you guys enjoy.
Yes.
Good draft, everyone. Well done to everybody.
Amazing for that,
Yes,
guys.
it was. And as what people have pointed out, if it's anything like this, we're going to have an awesome, that 8th round, some phones are going to be, spicy hot because there's some really good football players still available.
My boy, Jadakiss Bonds is still up there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Who's everyone's favorite player that didn't get drafted?
I got a few.
I got lots. Like
Andrew Farmer, I have a whole list. Andrew Farmer II from Lane is a guy that I love.
You've been in love with him for the past
Long
24
time.
months.
Hey, how about Darnell Scott from Cal?
James got
You got picked.
You got picked.
Yeah, but
Remember,
Yeah,
I
he did
shouted
get
you out when he got picked, Zenny. I shouted you out.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill.
Yep. You were there.
Bill, you're a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you.
In my last full 7 round that I did at Team MBS, Daniel was my Mr. Irrelevant in that mock. He was my Mr. Irrelevant.
Huh.
He went to the Texans at 259.
Who wound up being?
I know he's the only Cal guy selected, but Cal has some guys up and coming for the next couple of years that I'm very excited about seeing their development.
Yep.
I hope they stay
Yeah,
because
people.
I think the year before last, I haven't checked this ranking, but we were 92nd in the nation in our recruiting ranking, which is
Y'all
lowest.
gotta get rid of Justin Wilcox. To me, there's no reason why Cal should ever have a defensive head coach in general, and especially after the poor performance he's made for the past 4 years.
Well, the problem with our
It's time
university
for-
is we actually had a discussion about. I was on the Cal alumni board for 7 years. We were on had a discussion after me about actually getting rid of football, if you can believe that.
I read about
God.
that.
Yeah, it was.
Captain Waldorf must be whirling in his grave someplace.
Yeah, well, hey, him and a lot of
We
other.
lost.
Well, how
We
about?
just lost an institution. We just lost an institution for football in Canada at Simon Fraser University.
That's right. They put some guys in the NFL out of Simon Fraser.
Oh yeah.
But Cal has
But
Cal,
they just dropped it completely on April the 4th. They just said it's over and done with. There was no discussion, no nothing.
Why?
I would, the only thing that's keeping us around really are the alums and students who really get it when we win, but not winning. It's, it's the negative feedback loop. You don't spin, you don't win, and so on. And that's we're spiraling at this point. We'll see
which is, yeah, it's tremendously irritating when you look at your rival Stanford, a team that last year y'all beat the hell out of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go out of their way to evolve and hire a new head coach and start to reinvest into the program. And then you have a program like Cal, who seems very stagnant, has a phenomenal stadium in terms of historical standpoint, but no Pac-12 championship since I think Tedford had one, but besides that, it's basically bare. Zero Rose Bowl appearances, things of that nature. That cannot happen with a institution like Cal, especially in a place where there's so much JUCO talent surrounding the Bay Area. Y'all should be a top 30 team every year, if I'm being honest. We don't
have a unit unlike, for example, Cal Rugby, which has a unit of alums that are connected with the university and really help it keep going, keep its tradition. Strangely, we don't have that with football.
No. I don't understand it, considering all the great guys that have come to the university in the past 20 years. I mean, at one point, you guys had the best running back quarterback tandem in the league in Marshawn Lynch and Aaron Rodgers. You had Deshaun Jackson.
But then there are also people who don't like how we treated Jeff Tedford. We shouldn't have fired him. He had a heart attack, and we did him dirty. And Aaron Rodgers doesn't like that to this day. Sometimes he refers to himself as a graduate of Chico State rather than Cal.
That is true.
And then the other problem that we've had, like when I've covered drafts, like for example, Javid Best, Lions pick, didn't wear Cal colors. Everybody wears their school colors, right? But then when it comes to Cal, I was even on video asked Cameron Jordan about it. How come you're not donning the blue and gold? So that pride is not there.
What about Marshawn Lynch?
Marshawn, I think, has been a great steward of Cal football later. That's actually an understatement. And because of his Oakland ties, because of a lot of legacy among people who are, if you will, in the right places, right? That's really served him well, extremely well. And he's benefited from that because there are a number of people that should have that equal stature. Like, for example, even to this day, Jason Kidd, he's almost there, but not quite.
Yeah.
But there's, again, no infrastructure, communications infrastructure to uplift and maintain their legacies. And that damages the game. That damages us.
Yeah, there's the messaging is not there.
No.
At all. There's none. You don't see any of it.
Nope.
Period.
Not at all. No pride.
Not like other places.
Every time I interview someone from the SEC at the draft, they're always in their colors.
Yep.
Always.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah.
I don't know what Cal needs to do to kind of fix their image, but they've produced so many guys throughout the years that you forget even went to Cal, and that's not just football, but also just sports in general. But I keep forgetting Jalen Brown because a Cal graduate or a Cal player.
They don't.
The basketball program, I posted it every single time there's something to play.
But they don't put it out there. It's
They don't celebrate the players.
No.
Yeah, I don't get it.
We have to do it like a political campaign. Like for example, you could actually hire an organization to create crowds for you for a political campaign, right? We have to do something like that by hiring students to be advocates in the same way we hire students and we get them to help us recruit, if you know what I mean. I'm not suggesting, that far, but I'm saying that in terms of engaging students as a paid job to really help build Cal football in different ways, from little things like blogging and video and then outreach I think would help a great deal and get this. Yeah, absolutely. And it would build the student as an advocate early on in their lives so that later in their lives they can carry the tradition. And that's just my thought.
That's a great, like, what I don't understand is obviously there are players that are ingrained in college football history, like Ballsworth from Arkansas is one of the guys, and there's some examples. I didn't know about the story about Joe Roth until about 6 months ago.
Oh wow,
like, it's incredible. Yeah, how, and maybe it's just me, but I feel like his story is such a great story, but it doesn't get distributed as much as it should.
It does in the Bay Area. I will say, nationally, you're right. The Bay Area, to some people, Joe Roth is God. Yeah, I will say that. Joe Cap too. I know Joe. I love Joe. Joe's a wonderful nut.
Joe Cap, CFL and NFL legend.
Yeah, Joe Cap, who
got into a fight with King Kong Angelo Mosca many years after they were both well past their prime over something that happened in the 1950s. And Mr. Mosca, of course, was a Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
I remember that one.
Yep.
Yeah. No, Joe.
Hamilton Tiger Cats and the BC Lion.
Yeah, I did some work for Joe, helping advocate for him. And Joe is the epitome of Cal football. When we say the bear will not quit, the bear will not die, that's Joe Cap.
That's Joe Cap.
That is Joe Cap.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That's Joe Cap. Yeah.
Straight up.
Now, see, how many people even know that expression about the bear, though?
That's right. Right. Absolutely.
People just don't know that. And that's a whole, like I said, it all goes back to messaging, and the messaging has been bad for decades for that school.
Yeah.
They never did it.
Yeah. I think Mike Silver, my friend, I met Mike Silver September 13th, 1986, Cal UCLA. And he has been a staunch advocate for Cal football, but you can't do it, literally by yourself within the media.
By yourself.
At some point, you need help. And unfortunately, his son Greg Silver didn't go to Cal.
Oh boy.
So yeah.
Which hurts, right? There's no legacy.
Right.
See, the legacy's not.
Right. The legacy's not. Right. And that's because
the tradition and the legacy matters, right?
Right. Now, see, if Cal were affordable to get into like it was in my day and Mike's day, different story, right? Because Natalie, his daughter, is at Cal and she graduated a couple years ago, but not Greg. And so
No, it's
where'd you guys go to school?
It's a weird situation.
Where'd you guys go to
She
school?
is updated. All of your team picks should be about right. So I'm out of here.
You may have good. You may have the rest of your life back, Jolene. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jolene. Jolene, you should be working for the NFL at the draft, announcing the picks. You're perfect for that. Your voice is perfect.
I don't know if I could. Too many weird names in there. I had to practice for like a month or two.
Very much appreciated, Jolene.
Very much.
Okay, no worries. Thanks for letting me participate and practice my snipery. Haha.
There you go. It's great work.
So Mr. Brock, since you hate everything to do with Dallas, and go look at the Cowboys picks though, and tell me if I did not stick with the Cowboys philosophy.
Let me see. What you mean, overdrafting players from the SEC?
Yeah.
That's Cowboys philosophy, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm gonna tell Gil Brandt you said that.
Yeah.
What is Gil Brandt gonna do besides make up lies about me? Him and his buddy Bill Polian can go and make up lies in their old age, and I could not care less.
I think Bill. I'll speak for Gil. I can't speak for Bill because I don't know him. I know Gil Brandt for a long time. He's very nice to me, but I think he comes from a school that is one part analysis and the other part extreme bias, if you will.
Sure.
Bias.
Yeah.
Absolute
That way
bias.
to put it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And as opposed to just being analytical and sticking with it, right? Just say, hey, the number says this, and then if you see something different, then you'll change. You know, that's the way it should be. Well,
Sure.
unfortunately, that's only half of Gil. That's
Right, yeah. Only
you
half
know,
of the story.
Yep.
but a kind man, absolutely. Give you the time and shirt off his back, absolutely. So there you go.
I don't want to say.
I got to meet Mr. Brandt when I first got my first trip to Dallas in '76, and we met all the cowboys and all that. My aunt who lived down there was working at the law firm that handled the cowboys at that time.
Yeah.
So I got access to the cowboys, and she made sure that I was a Cowboys fan just to aggravate my dad, her baby brother.
Was this at the headquarters?
Yeah.
6116 North Central Expressway. Oh yes.
Expressway. There
Yeah,
you go.
yeah.
Yep. So I got to meet that. I got to meet them, and of course, then I got to meet players. The very first cowboy I got to meet was Hollywood, Thomas Hollywood
Oh,
Henderson.
wow.
But then it was Mr. White.
Randy White.
Master.
Yeah, and
Manster.
I'm just going, oh my God, because I see this guy get double and triple teamed, right? And when you see him up close and personal, when you're a 10-year-old kid, you go, oh yeah, I can see why. Too Tall Jones.
Harvey Martin.
Then it. No, I didn't get to meet Harvey. He had to go somewhere else. But then I got to meet a couple of the offensive guys, Pearson
Bob Brunick?
and Drew Pearson and
Billy Joe
who's the other
Dupree?
offensive player of it? Yes, Billy Joe.
Tight end.
Billy Joe Dupree.
Yeah.
Tight end. And then on my next trip down there, that's when I got to meet Harvey Martin and a whole bunch of the other ones. The nicest gentlemen. They were all just gentlemen back then, right?
Yeah.
They
I
were-
mean, yeah.
they
I
were-
didn't get a chance to meet the players. And the time I was in for what turned out to be that film talk, I didn't know what to expect. I wore a blue suit, red tie. I was 16 years old. And I saw they had a defensive backfield meeting. And out of it came Charlie Waters, Cliff Harris, Mike Hagman,
Harris.
and some people I didn't recognize. And they were all looking at
Yeah.
me like, what's this kid doing here? But I was like, wow, because I was taking the Dallas Cowboys weekly, and of course the cheerleaders in the middle, right? But at any rate, and I was just into the Cowboys because I had read that Tom Landry applied feedback and control theory to the development of defensive strategy, which led to the flex, right?
That's right.
And I wanted to be a civil engineer. So, because other than that, I didn't care about football until Otis Sistrunk wound up in our living room, because my friend of my mom's.
Yeah.
And Otis didn't know anything about Star Trek. I was a huge Trekker then and now, and didn't know.
Thank you, because Star Trek matters and all that crap from that other franchise that they have out there, the Empire and Mandalorian and all that. Get rid of all that garbage. It's Star Trek.
Star Trek. Trekkers live.
Star
That's
Trek.
right. Yeah, I worked the first the first West Coast Star Trek convention ever, 1975. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Wow.
that was a lot of fun. I remember that happened yesterday, man. And so I am at that age. Wow.
Yeah, we're Trekkies. We're Trekkies.
Trekkers.
I thought-
Trekkers.
Trekkers.
Remember that? Still call me a
Yeah.
Trekkie.
Yeah. There's some dispute still over that, yes. But Trekker, Trekkie, whatever you wish to call yourselves, it's fine by me.
What was your favorite Star Trek episode?
My favorite episode, I think it's the one with Joan Collins.
Oh, City on the Edge
That
of
comes up a
Forever.
lot.
City on the Edge
Yeah.
of Forever.
And-
Yeah.
Edge of Forever,
and-
right?
It's
Yeah.
written by Harlan Ellison.
That's right.
As a
That's
cherry
right.
on top.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who actually
I think
brought
that's
the
I think
house
that's my
down.
favorite.
Harlan Ellison actually brought the house down to that convention I mentioned. He told a story about William Shatner. He hated William Shatner. He was
Many people did.
Yeah.
well, I interviewed the man twice. I can't hate him. So it's like, but if you want to see my interview with William Shatner, just go to Zenny62 YouTube and type William Shatner. Anyway, but yeah, Harlan.
William Shatner, by the way, just a few years ago, if he had not been his age that he was, just a few years ago, would have become the Governor General of Canada, which is the position, the bridge between the British and us still, the Governor General. He was going to be the Governor General.
What is the Governor General? What is that? Is that like being knighted, or how does that work?
No. The Governor General is actually the British Crown's representative within the system, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Governor General gives the final assent to bills that get passed in our Parliament and up here and all that jazz.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an honorary position of some importance, no longer as important as it used to be. Many years ago, a Governor General had some sort of power. But after 1982, they lost that power. So it's really a ceremonial thing with the British parliamentary system. It's your ties to the crown, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we still have. So
yeah. Oh, I gotta ask you, what do you think of the current offerings of Star Trek?
I love the Chris Pine Star Trek.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that cast is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
Now,
Absolutely phenomenal.
where did you guys come down on Discovery? Not a fan.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a fan
Not-
because I felt sorry for Sonequa Martin Green because I felt that she wasn't given the full captain's chair straight out. They made
Straight
her,
out.
you know, it was like, and I met the original producer of it and have this interview, Rich, but because his sexual orientation was different, wanted to quite alter, and he admitted this at Comic-Con, wanted to really quite alter Star Trek as he saw it. And I think a lot of that fell into what eventually came up when I had the opportunity of interviewing the cast at Comic-Con in 2019. It's also on Zenny62 YouTube. But they took a lot of liberties, and I know there are people who I think Leonard Nimoy famously said something about "so what, it's not canon," but I disagree with that. I think canon holds a legacy, you know.
And I am only about 80 miles away from Vulcan.
That's true.
Vulcan, Alberta, where they have the Star Trek Enterprise.
Yeah.
Nimoy was there twice. I met Leonard Nimoy though, because back in the 60s and 70s, we used to do these things on TV all the time called telethons.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, absolutely.
Jerry Lewis
telethon.
the most famous one, right?
Yeah.
But variety clubs used
Right.
to do their telethons.
Yep.
So the Variety Club telethon in Edmonton, Leonard Nimoy would come up every single year for that.
Wow.
Every year.
Were you producing
Like
those?
he
Or?
was always there.
Yeah.
No. But I was just a kid, right?
Oh,
I
okay,
was
yeah.
just a kid. So Rolf Harris, the Australian who got into trouble many years later
Yeah.
for his
Yeah.
he would come and do one of those huge paintings, mural paintings, right? Because he could do that besides the singing and all that other stuff. My uncle bids on it one year and wins the bid. It went up to $8,500. And there's my poor Uncle Fred being shown in the studio just as he had to blow his nose into a handkerchief when because he was at the back. And then my Uncle Fred, after he blew his nose, said, no, I don't want this. I want it to be put back in for another round of raising more money and all that jazz. So he did that. But yeah, we used to have access to the people like that. It was everybody was always amazed at how many people how many people I've gotten to meet being either in Edmonton, Alberta or Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Yeah.
The people that I've gotten to meet, they all forget Christopher Reeve's Superman. Calgary was Metropolis. This is where it was done.
Huh. Yeah, ironically, Supergirl's made around there too, right? Supergirl's made in Vancouver. Yeah, all the I think Greg Berlanti.
They do a lot of the stuff up here.
And the Arrowverse stuff. I just had I had Mark Guggenheim on our show not about 3 months ago. But I met Leonard Nimoy in 1981. He came up to Texas Arlington, my school, to speak before the Forums Council, which I was on, but he didn't want to talk about Star Trek.
Yeah.
So we were in this quandary, and so I did a little research, and so during our day, we always had take these folks to dinner, like Judd Hirsch, for example, or the late G. Gordon Liddy, who I love debating. And any rate, that was a kick. But Mr. Nimoy, I said, so how was talk up to us about Equus, his play? He just lit up.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
And that was a lot of fun listening to him talk about that.
What was his? I can't remember his science show now that he did.
Oh, you mean In Search of?
In Search of.
Yeah, In Search of.
In Search of.
That's
Yeah.
what it was.
Yeah.
I mean, he was just phenomenal in that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Watch that religiously. Once
Yeah.
went off,
Yeah.
boom. Next
Yeah.
is
In Search of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that on
But
YouTube
I
somewhere?
I wonder if it is.
Yeah,
Is it Bill?
find
Probably
that.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it would probably be available on YouTube.
Yeah, I got to go and check that out. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Yeah, In Search of.
But all that stuff, like, and everybody's always said to me, well, how come you've gotten to meet all these famous people, et cetera, et cetera? Well, one other advantage I had was my dad was a chef.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
that is fun.
famous people eat,
Yeah.
right?
Really?
And it's amazing how famous people love to talk to chefs, to get the person who cooked for them,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I also had a family member who started on the absolute ground floor, Firestone Tires. He became the youngest president of Firestone of Canada, way back when. And he knew so many people politically and in the business and all this other jazz, right? And you get to meet these people, and they're just human beings.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people get starstruck and all that other jazz, right? I don't understand it because I've been around them.
It's funny, it happens. I remember I don't know if it was Starstruck, but it was my first year covering the Night of 100 Stars Oscar party at the Beverly Hills Hotel. And, I interviewed Sean Young from
No Way Out, and she originally was originally going to be what's her
right,
name?
and she actually told me, this is actually on YouTube too. She told me that she was blackballed, and so I had a great conversation with her. But then here comes Stephen Collins, who played Captain William Decker, Star Trek: The Motion Picture, and I got tongue tied.
Yeah. Now, see, I know there was one. There would have been one that I would have been starstruck, tongue tied, the whole shebang.
Yeah,
and that would have been Natalie Wood because
wow, definitely.
I mean,
yeah.
To this day, I don't care. That is that's my number one choice of woman of all time. Sorry, that's it.
Yeah.
Done.
But for me, I mean, the matter of Decker was not because he was my favorite actor or anything, but because it was Star Trek, right?
Yeah, it was Star Trek.
And he was actually tickled that someone remembered his role. I thought, oh, this interview is not going to go anywhere. It's not going to gain a number of views. And then he got picked up for Nip Tuck. And all of a sudden, 30,000 views. Like, whoa, what's going on here? Oh, I get it. Okay. He got a new job.
He got a new job, and people look Decker, it's there, and they bang, bang, bang.
Exactly. Yeah. And those days, a lot of people weren't using YouTube, right? Then there was me.
Yeah.
So, hey, made some money off that. Cha-ching.
Now, Discovery, you went thumbs down.
Yeah.
What did you like Voyager?
I love Voyager.
I loved it.
Yeah,
Voyager
loved it.
Of the ones that they did. Like I put Voyager above Deep Space and even Next Generation. I loved Voyager.
Voyager was awesome. Yeah, and Kate in the role.
I thought it was just so well done.
Yeah, absolutely.
The end was great.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Hater?
The end of the show was great.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
definitely, absolutely.
I did not see that coming, honestly.
Oh boy. Did anyone watch Picard? Because I haven't watched yet. If you want to know,
I did.
How you like it?
I think he said you have to be prepared for it to move at a slower pace. And I think a lot of that's intentional because they're trying to get you clued into, a lot of it is literally about the nature of aging and facing
Mortality. Huh.
Mortality, right?
I better watch that.
The only thing I haven't liked about the Star Trek stuff is their insistence of, even that far down the line in history, that classical music was the music of choice.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
It's like, and when they did when they did the Star Trek one with Pine there, and the girl has the boom box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, remember that.
It's
right.
not classical music.
Right.
It's like, yes.
Well, I remember
Because that's what bothered me.
Remember the Squire? Do you remember? Anyone remember the episode, The Squire of Gothos, with the late William Campbell?
Campbell.
Yeah,
William Campbell.
He's
yep.
playing Brahms, and he's like, that was incredible episode. To say the least.
To me, Roddenberry got it right. Like, he got it right.
Mm-hmm.
There's no money. There's no politics. The racism is gone. He had it right. He got it all right.
Yeah. Well, it had, what I thought was interesting is it did have politics. It had Federation politics.
Well, it had Federation
It didn't have
to a degree.
Yeah.
And
And there was race. Remember Frank Gorshin?
And
Frank Gorshin,
episodes where they were clearly alluding to, they would just find ways to
Yeah.
present it.
Yeah.
And
Frank
that's
Gorshin.
right.
I forgot the
That's
guy that
right.
paid. Maybe it was, I don't know if it was Lockwood.
Frank Gorshin was also the Riddler on.
Yeah.
Right.
definitely was.
It was Frank Gorshin, and I don't know who played with him, but in that episode on Star Trek, it wasn't. Lockwood was in Where No Man Has Gone Before, but and I have a hilarious interview with Gary Lockwood, by the way, on my YouTube channel, because he wasn't saying much at Comic-Con, and then I said, "Wait a minute, you went to UCLA, Cal?" I said, "I went to Cal. UCLA sucks."
That'll get things moving.
Oh, it sure did, boy. Oh, he had me cry. He cracked me
Brock,
up, boy.
So Brock, do you think I stuck to the Cowboys philosophy?
Yeah, looking at it, it screams Dallas. I mean, Dallas is one of the few teams that will actually select a running back in the first round in the modern day. Something that you did with Jahmyr Gibbs. Jared Clark feels like a Cowboy, just the way I mentioned it. McClendon Curtis, a guy we both are very high on, seems like a Cowboy. Cowboys always seem to end up with a scrub quarterback as a backup. So Clayton Tune is an absolute perfect.
Hey,
selection
Cooper
for him.
Rush is 4-1. Never you mind about scrubs. He's 4-1.
Boo-hoo. And then I really like Shaquan Davis, and Trey Dean I have some question marks about, so that's a perfect Cowboy pick. But Shaquan Davis, I think, will actually be a major producer in the NFL. I think he could be a legit wide receiver too for a lot of teams entering the future. But I like the draft board altogether. It's very impressive. It fills a lot of holes that you have in terms of depth. And if any of your starters go down, there's definitely some great backups for them.
And not only my argument, it's not just about Tony Pollard not being a true RB1.
He's not.
The Dallas Cowboys have never, ever in their existence been a pass-happy organization. We are not pass-happy.
Never.
We run the football down your throat first and foremost.
Yep.
Period. 34-31 when Dak has more than 30 passes in a game. 28-5 when it's under 30. I don't care who the receivers are. Staubach had his guys. Aikman had his, Urban and all that jazz. But you know what it was? It was efficient and effective passing. It wasn't the number one philosophy of my team.
No, they weren't trying to be San Diego Chargers or
That's
even
the Air Coryell or anything like
Right,
that,
right.
or even what you see the Packers do with Rodgers. You see what Brady did a couple of times with the Patriots and the Buccaneers. No.
Although you got to admit that factoid you point out does put the Cowboys 49ers coached by Bill Walsh battles in sharp relief, doesn't it?
Yep. And it boils to me. I don't care, and this is the biggest fact that I love seeing. Just this year, it happened. There's been 57 NFL regular season passing leaders. 57, right? In the Super Bowl era.
Yep.
Only one of them has a ring, and it was the guy who just got it this year, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
The
Yeah.
only one.
Yeah.
So
I
see,
mean,
to
honestly-
me, that whole argument that everybody talks about, quarterback this, quarterback blah 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 blah, that's fantasy football mindset. It's
Yeah.
not football.
Hey, so at the
Yeah.
draft, we're having a live stream. You guys I should send a link to you all to come on in if you want. So I'll have my live stream going from the media room, however it's set up. I'm just going to be there for the one day. Well, I'm going Wednesday, and then I'm leaving day 2 because I got to get back. In fact, I got to go and check on my mom right now because she's sleeping. So
You're going to KC?
yeah, this is my 19th straight year being credentialed for the draft.
There you go.
Wow.
It's the smartest thing the NFL ever did, getting it out of Radio City Music Hall, where I couldn't stand listening to that audience anymore with their JETS crap.
I love
every
that
year.
stuff,
Thank
man.
God.
That's good.
I hated hearing that because no, move it around, get it to places, get the fans involved in those cities exactly the way that they've done. It's
The only
best way to
thing
do it.
for me, I guess, because I know my way around Radio City Music Hall, right? Is every time you have to get used to a place, and then it's not there anymore, and you have to there's a whole new lay. And in Las Vegas, it took me 40 minutes just about to get from the red carpet back to the media center, and I barely made it in time for the start, and there was no designated cart that I was told of or anything else. It was not handled properly.
Well, that figures.
Well, that's just
because
Las Vegas for you.
It was Vegas.
Yeah.
That figures, right?
Well, I hope so. This year I'm not.
But I know the people who were there in Dallas and there in Philadelphia said it was just bad.
Yeah, I was in
absolutely
Philadelphia.
Fantastic.
I was
Yeah,
Dallas.
They
I
said it was
missed
just fantastic.
to be here. And even though it's credentialed, I missed didn't go. And no, I like New York. I love New York is the thing.
Oh yeah.
I had my tradition every Wednesday night before the draft was to have dinner at 21.
At 21.
Yeah. Love that.
Yeah.
We when I took Bill Chackus, who introduced me to Bill Carroll, took him and his wife to dinner in 2011, and we met Dennis Farina because he went around, introduced himself, everybody, heck of a guy. And in 2012, I took Julie Bueller to dinner. That's actually on YouTube. At 21, we went downstairs and all that. She was covering the draft. And I've had a whale of a time. And it was so often that I walked into 21, Mr. Abraham, welcome back. How are you doing? I love that place. Loved it.
Yeah.
That's the way. Brock, when you grow up, aspire to walk into a restaurant and be known. Okay? It means a lot.
Oh, Brock is plenty known. Now, you may want to shift the way he's known, but Brock's quite known. People know Brock's name all too well. Oh, crap. Here comes Brock.
So what we got to do basically is we got to make sure that when the NFL draft comes back to New York, that we have a place for Brock. You can walk in, they'll sit him at Cap's corner.
Oh no, they're gonna put me in and throw me out the back.
Oh, Cap's corner. Hey man, $50 burger. You'll love it. Absolutely.
Oh yes.
I hate it already.
You'll love it.
Did Brock, have you made that trip? You haven't gone to NYC?
Nah, I've never been to NYC.
Okay.
Yes, but you definitely should go.
Oh, you got to go.
Really?
Oh.
I'll hook you up, Brock.
Yes, well, we'll hook
As long as I don't have to pay for your eating. No, I'm just kidding. I'll hook you up.
Don't worry, my eating habits are grotesque and bountiful, so I will take care of that personally. Everything else I appreciate.
Nice.
Hey Will, take him to the Russian tea room.
I know. We should do that. And if you still play ball, bring your cleats. I'll show you how.
Hey.
This sounds, I'm not gonna lie. This sounds like a brothel with female football players.
Thank you.
You know what?
Thank you.
You know what? I'm in.
Wow.
That sounds like a good time. I'm gonna be real honest with you.
Bill is
No,
part of a. Thank God the live stream is.
Oh, hey, by the
Bill
way,
is
if
part of
somebody
a
were
very
to
competitive.
if someone were to write a headline about these 3 days, what would the headline be? 3 days of this draft. What would the headline be?
We survived.
A lot of bad quarterbacks are going to be selected early.
Internet draft experts come out of the woodwork to mock selections in this year's NFL draft. There's your headline.
I like that.
Actually, I think the
Other
headline
line.
should be the group of us have drafted better value than what the actual NFL team will.
That's a good
I
headline.
won't be shocked if rounds 4 and 5 are as productive as our rounds 4 and 5 were.
That was fantastic.
You know, they
Hey,
pick
so how
guys.
about-
They pick guys to fill. They pick guys to fill camp rosters at that point. Not they don't select.
That's what drives me
lottery
nuts.
picks.
Is I see NFL teams throw around 4th and 5th round draft picks like, whatever. When you could be finding great players in the 4th and 5th round.
Hey, how about this
There was
headline?
actually an article just recently. What NFL franchise has the greatest success in the 4th round of the NFL draft? The 4th.
How many?
I feel like it's gonna be the Cowboys.
Fourth?
Being like Greg is saying it.
Wow.
How long?
Yeah, I
how long
know.
back are we going?
That's what I asked. How many far back are they going?
I would say the
in the history of the modern draft, Will. The history
Patriots.
of the modern draft. Super Bowl. So let's go Super Bowl era.
Okay.
4th round. What franchise has had the most success in the NFL?
Patriots.
You're smiling.
Patriots.
so I can guess
4th
the
round
Cowboys.
pick.
Well, the Steelers
Smiling
drafted,
says the Cowboys.
the Steelers drafted 2 Hall of Famers in the 4th round
That's
in one
true.
draft.
Matt Rivers in 4th, yeah.
Yep. But they said in the Super Bowl era, it is the Dallas Cowboys indeed who have had the
Oh,
most.
Wow.
how did I know?
Wow.
Oh, big
Wow.
surprise.
But,
I'm just
Hey.
stunned.
Hey, you know what?
So what that tells you, Greg, is you need to trade all their other picks away and just draft
Yes.
400.
Computerized
Yeah.
computerized scouting. So there you go.
Because
Computerized
it sure as hell isn't their 2nd round picks overall. And
You need to trade all their 2nd round picks for 4th round picks.
yeah, and the third round a couple of years ago was pretty damn iffy as well with both of the cornerbacks they took. Which, did you remember my reaction when Nishan was picked? What?
Yeah,
What
in the
in the-
4th, it was like, whoa. I think
you're
Deshaun has a
you're still
long
trying to
career
recover
as a
from the selection of Taco Charlton.
Oh, that's the worst. That's the worst. When T.J. Watt and Butta Baker were both sitting there,
You got a few opportunities there.
and you took a player from that school.
Right. Who tested poorly and wasn't productive. Like, I was like,
No.
well, what is it that they like? I mean, he's not productive.
It was
He
need.
didn't
It
test
was only,
well.
it was a need. They went need. They went totally against best player available, and they took strictly a need. And what are you doing? I couldn't believe
Alright.
that.
Is he still in the league?
He's
no,
on
Taco's
team.
gone.
No, Taco, I believe, may still be on the depth chart of the Steelers. Did he not end up there at the very end of the year, Will?
No, he did, but he did not get retained.
Oh,
Right.
he didn't get retained? Okay. Because he was that was what? Roster number 5 for Taco?
yeah.
You know, if I'm being honest about the Cowboys, and I know how stupid this is going to sound considering he had a very good career, but the Cowboys have not recovered since 1998 when they drafted Greg Ellis over Randy Moss. I think if they drafted Randy Moss, the Cowboys would legit be one of the top teams in the 2000s.
Yep. Without question. I agree with you.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Greg Ellis, Pro Bowler, coming out player of the year, but
He had a decent.
not Randy Moss.
Yeah, but,
Yeah,
And,
not
and
gonna
the best
matter.
part about it,
not Randy Moss. No, he's not Randy Moss.
But
Right.
that was
but good thing y'all got your 4th round picks straight. That's the main thing.
By the way, Taco Charlton finished 22 with the Bears, but I do
Wow.
not
Did
see
he
him
end up
on their,
with
Jesus.
their current roster.
Hey, I hope you know he's going to be an XFL favorite next year when he plays.
Yep,
It's not impossible, although I don't think so. I'll tell you why. the guys that tend to be successful in the XFL, I mean, in USFL, don't forget that I'm unusually familiar with these prospects compared to most people.
These are our guys, Will.
But the guys that tend to do better in that arena are the ones that kind of had the athletic potential that wasn't developed, as opposed to guys who had opportunity and had a big reputation and then came in. And even when they were really good NFL players, I think it's hard for them to get jazzed about play. It's a rarity to see a guy like former Denver Bronco running back from Colorado.
Lindsay?
That he's come in and
yeah.
played with a little bit of a spark and like been into it. But like Martavis Bryant looks like he's ready to go back to whatever he was doing before the extra.
No, Martavis. Yes, I'm a beat writer for the Vipers, and you made a great point because the best pass rusher on our team is Peter Tamute. I can't say his last name, but
but he's that was a guy that I had. He was my draft rush that year.
And Vic Beasley has been an absolute, I don't want to use the word scrub, but essentially a scrub.
Yeah, and Josh Gordon, Ben DiNucci, by the way, who, if I played on a team with Ben DiNucci, I would have asked for a trade after like 3 practices.
Yeah, I would too.
For a variety of reasons.
George,
okay, I already had the DiNucci experience.
You've had the DiNucci.
Gucci DiNucci.
Oh.
Well, I'll tell you what, he has that the Phil Rivers gene, as does DTR, of an unusual knack for being able to throw an interception in crucial situations. Like you could know it's coming. Peyton Manning had a little bit of that too at the peak of his career. But it's like that Super Bowl pick for Peyton. I think I said 2 plays before that. I'm like, here comes the pick. Well, Phil Rivers was like you could set your watch by it. And
you knew it was coming for sure.
Yeah.
3rd and 12. Oh, where's the safety?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I
think that I absolutely love the XFL USFL experience from the standpoint of players that absolutely deserve better in the draft process and in the the teams that they went to who get a chance to play there. It's like they don't all work out perfectly, but at least you feel like they got their chance to try to do something. Whereas 5 years ago, like they had nothing. Those guys would just disappear off the face of the earth. And working in banking or whatever.
Becoming the salesman at Enterprise rental car. I think is typically where is the pipeline that I've seen in my life.
That's a good one. I've seen that one too.
Yeah. But
the guy who
manages is real estate, car salesman, or Enterprise.
What city are you in?
Las Vegas.
Okay, so in Miami, the guy who actually manages National is an ex NFL, or he's like a guy who had a cup of coffee in the NFL. Because I sat and had a long conversation with him then. Anyway, I think that sounds pretty good, the pipeline. But I think it's I love also the way that you can see in the XFL and USFL the fact that there isn't a salary disparity really affects playing time, because in the NFL you give a guy a big salary, like you want to give him every chance to fail. They'll play him for 2 or 3 years longer than he really deserves to play. Yep. And in the USFL, XFL,
or you will give him 15 more carries a game than you actually should.
Right. So it's like you're trying to give him every opportunity to fail. And whereas in the XFL, USFL, if your quarterback doesn't play well for like 2 or 3 drives, he's very likely going to be replaced by the next guy. And so unless you're the Memphis Showboats, who are run by Todd Haley and somehow brain dead when it comes to how these things work.
You're absolutely right. And to kind of agree with your point, Brett Huntley on the Vipers is the most highest paid player in the league. And it took forever for Rod Woodson to put in Jalen McClendon. And once he did, McClendon has been balling out ever since.
He has been.
I mean, not trying to hump on Huntley because he got a rotten stick too. But
they played him all year. Yeah, they played him all year. They would have been better. Rod Woodson has not done himself any favors for his future in coaching, but in this season it's been. I also think having the mics on the coaches accelerates the process of revealing who they are as coaches. It's not good.
Seriously.
Like Skip Holtz, that's a good coach.
Yeah.
You know, like I have more respect for him now after seeing a couple seasons of him mic'd up than I did before. And the guys like I said, in particular, Todd Haley and Rod Woodson have just been awful.
So basically, what you're saying is, if you have a connection to the Steelers, you're going to be awful as a coach.
Well, Hines Ward has been mixed. He's not been as bad as them.
Hines Ward's not been bad.
Not bad.
Yeah,
Hasn't
that's
been
what I'm
good either.
No, Hines Ward has been
No, he hasn't.
mixed bag, but this is his first time really coaching, so I'm down with that.
Look, but I grew. So a quick funny story about Skip Holtz that I have personally. It was the year 2018. Skip Holtz was the head coach of Louisiana Tech at the time, I believe. And Louisiana Tech was in Hawaii to play against the Warriors in Hawaii. So Jalen Ferguson, rest in peace, I believe he was also there as well. So me and my boy Tyler, we decided to go to a strip club that night. We're both in Hawaii. And we go to a place called Ballerinas. And when we enter Ballerinas, we are joined by majority of the Louisiana Tech football team on December 23rd. Keep in mind the game is the next day on the 24th.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that all the Techs in here, Hawaii's got this game in the bag. These players are paying attention. They're spending all their stipend money on strippers. It's going to be perfect, right? Wrong. Next day, Louisiana Tech comes on in and beats the hell out of Hawaii. So that just shows how good of a coach Skip Holtz is in terms of rallying his team whenever the moment gets big.
Well, he played the guys who weren't at the strip club. Maybe that's would be the secret.
Or
I don't know, maybe.
it's just like checkers. He knew the guys needed to relax. You know, he got them into the right
They were relaxing.
headspace.
Yeah.
So I just want to say I have a sort of a rooting interest in the XFL since before the season started because they're I don't know what his actual title is, Director of Player Personnel. He's not the GM, but he was the guy that basically evaluated the talent and selected them in the draft. And he is somebody that I've gotten to be friends with. And their roster, the skill players that they selected this year were out of this world. So I'm really happy that they're super successful because they seem like a really good org. I like them. I don't know how much you obviously follow it because you cover the Vipers, but DC is like a real team, man.
Yeah, I was so concerned because Derek King in Miami had a really horrible end to his career. And Jordan Tanamu balled out in the original version, but that was 3 years ago. So I had some question marks. And to be fair, when their first 2 games, they were real shaky. And just because they were able to get those dubs, they just continued to kind of build off that. And now they're 1 game away from being in the championship.
Yeah.
So well done to DC.
And I feel like the quarterbacks were the weakest part of what they drafted.
Right.
I also agree with that.
And they outplayed by far what I thought they would do. So good for them. But those receivers are like, that's a stupid group of receivers. Jazz Ferguson doesn't even play.
Yeah.
Lucky Jackson though was my dude. So I'm extremely happy he finally got a chance because as I recall, he was one of those guys that didn't even get a tryout invite after the draft.
Right.
Wow.
And he's now maybe the best receiver in the league. So good for him.
Yeah. It's very interesting how these teams were drafted because obviously I'm a G Jones fan because of Hawaii.
Hey, everybody.
And
thanks a lot. I got to get
the
going.
offense
I'll see you later.
Hey,
Good.
Okay, thanks. All right,
See
see ya.
ya.
Okay, see ya.
And then obviously I'm a big fan